there people failed that there may be something in the computers, there may be something which is going to at least match with our intelligence. Everybody has got Netflix. Everybody has got ChatGPT. Netflix took 1300 days to cross 10 lakh users. ChatGPT only one or less than that. And we have learned our technology like this only. Manachi party hoti, calculator hote. Then all the computers came. If you recall, when the computers were introduced in banks, there was a strike. The computers were called as the job-eating machines. And now you can, I don't know how many of you have seen the bank. So friends, I'm just going to quickly analyze what Dr. Amit has told you. It is a support system, not a replacement for doctors. So it analyzes rapid processing of massive medical data set beyond a human cognitive limit. तुमच्याकडे टाटा मेमोरियल हॉस्पिटलची एवढी जरी मोठी फाईल असेल, you put it into PDF, feed it to a good engine, it will give you 2 pages good output. I can demonstrate you. You bring that PDF of 200 pages. Then support. It is a driving evidence-based care across the diagnosis, treatment, and clinical research. We are having good number of patients, but we fare very bad in research. I'm very happy that Dr. Parade has got so many records preserved right from his beginning of practice. And it is an enhancer. It is an enhancer. It streamlines healthcare administration, boosting the systematic efficiency of your institute. आपण सगळ्यांचे हॉस्पिटल्स आहेत, कोणाचे 5 बेडचे, 10 बेडचे, 20 बेडचे, 50 बेडचे. आपली efficiency कशी वाढवायची, that AI will help you. So look at the traditional approach and look at the AI augmented approach. Diagnostic speed, symptom case-based discussion. Here there is the earlier detection and predictive ICU alerts. I will use some examples. Treatment strategy, standardized broad spectrum pattern. Here you are having a precision medicine integrating genetics and biomarkers. Yesterday me and Amit were in Nagpur. He talked about sensors. I talked about the precision medicine, how it is going to change. The workflow and administration can be done fantastically. It automated summaries, coding and scheduling. Patient monitoring. 3 महिन्यानंतर या दाखवायला 100 दिवसाची दोस्ती डायबिटिक पेशंटला. No, you can monitor the patient in any way. Continuous tracking via connected variables. Right now, I am wearing a glucose sensor. I have got a smartwatch. My family can track how many steps I have walked and what calories I have consumed. Just a simple example. You are treating your physicians, pediatricians. You go to ChatGPT and request ChatGPT to download on their. Can you give a prompt making adolescent care smarter by the use of ChatGPT? So it is a tool which communicates in a better way. It gives a structured output, saves times, it is educating, efficiency is very big. So in this chart, if you put this chart in your OPD, many patients will bring their teenager children for evaluation. And I have not put a simple word into that. I just asked them to do the starting. It explains conditions like PCOS, obesity, or even something like anxiety, phobia, diet needs, and calorie count. So let us start from our first MBBS. How AI is going to change the life of a medical doctor. Forget the cadavers, no smelly anatomy things. You will be having a real anatomage. This is called as a head mount unit, and you can see all the arteries, nerves, everything. It's a 3-in-1. It is anatomy, physiology, and biochemistry. Put the camera on liver, it will tell you the Krebs cycle. Put it on the brain, it will show you the tracks and everything. So these are the virtual anatomy dissection things. In pathology, this is not Harvard or Stanford. Here I can see the RBCs of the size of a lemon or an apple, but this is my niece from Kolhapur. She is practicing a telepathology and onco-telepathology. This is all possible, and it has been evolved in a very, very significant way. There is an app called as a HistoViz. Everybody should ask your pathologist to have it. And what it tells you, as a physician, you must have seen an X-ray coming with cannonballs. So you don't know. It tells you either the malignant or benign, what is the site of origin, what are the driver mutations, what are the structural genomic changes, what is the response to therapy, and even what is the prognosis. So pathology has advanced very significantly. Microfluidics in biochemistry is the key, and it is the future of biotechnology. You don't require massive reagents. You don't require massive amount of blood sample. It just goes through a lateral flow, and then you have got a QR code. You maybe hang a plain paper. On that you put a drop of blood of a patient who is breathless. You get an image, scan that QR code, send it to the lab. It will tell you within 1 minute how much is the NT-proBNP of that patient. It is as simple as that. These are the different types. The pathology has gone to such a microscopic level that not only it will analyze the nucleic acids or protein, but it can go to the ionic level, like an MRI related to a particular ion. Suppose if you got a case of hyperparathyroidism and you want only a MRI related to calcium and parathyroid, it is possible. No needle pricks, no vacutainers or gel codes. You will get a thing like a pulse oximeter. It will suck that amount of blood. There will be a lateral flow technique. And not only that, there are going to be many, many things like enhancement, classification, segmentation, and it will give a good, appropriate data set according to the syndromic approach. The same breathless patient, if he has got an NT-proBNP, with an algorithm system, it will do a CPK-MB, it will do a myoglobin, it will give the top T or top I also to tell whether it is an ischemic event or not. Suppose if you go on to do a search on a very genomic level, our friend Dr. Tanej has done a wonderful work on fatty liver, metabolically associated. But if you want to point out at genomic level, this AI tool is going to help you. Drug discovery is a very, very complex process. It was said that 10 years you need to have 2 drugs. But now the thing has been very, very fast, and it accelerates the drug delivery and development process. Not only that, it predicts that suppose if you have got an antibiotic, which will be helping in gram positive, which will be in gram negative, which will help you in a gram or an anaerobic. So this is a company called as a AlphaFold. They are protein specialists. You give them the receptor and then they will give the proper answer for it. It reduces the cost, time associated with traditional drug development, and it not only that, it understands the mechanism. So if one particular molecule fails, the cis form of that will work. If the cis form fails, the trans form of it definitely work. What it gives you? Personalized medicine. A malignancy patient will never lose a single hair. He will not have stomatitis. It will be targeted drug delivery system, which is going to help for that particular tissue only. So these are the different types of organization. It's called as a Tempus Lab, Recursion Pharma. There is a separate department of rare diseases. We don't know. The central government of India has got a department of rare disease, and the children suffering from rare disease get a very special grant of it. You can have deep genomics, another called as a benevolent AI. And there are certain molecules which are being developed as not only anti-aging medicine, but aging halters. So this is something really very exciting. There are a lot of people from our doctors AI who are doing pharmacology in that. So this is a company called as a Recursion. It analyzes 10-15,000 molecules and then tells you that this is the place where there is an opportunity for you to develop it more. Clinical trials can be very more fascinating. It identifies the people by the phenotype and by the height, weight, body mass index. Suppose if you are doing a patient drug trial of anti-obesity drug, then it will give the right type of people whom you are going to help out. So the real world data analysis, evidence from the safety, effectiveness, live dashboards, it is all possible. We do a lot of drug trials, and I can see on the screen how many people have come for the visit or not. So this is something called as a treatment optimization. आपल्याकडे patient पोतं घेऊन येतात औषधाचं bag भरलेली. So you have to reduce the number of tablets. This is called as a concept of pill reduction that is possible with the different AI techniques. So if you are a teacher, if you are a technology inclined practitioner, then these are some of the things. Emboss, Osmosis. Lecturio is a very good app. Lecturio. You can prepare a topic, you can prepare a chapter, you can prepare slides, you can prepare handouts with that. The very authentic and scholastic thing. So let us come down from the research and pathology, pharmacology to a human being. So we are surrounded by sensors and watched by connected patient. And you as a connected patient, so you are a huge generator of data. So what you do, right, start with your TPR-BP. If I will give you a pulse oximeter, which gives you pulse respiration and something called as a perfusion index, which will go to the EHR, it will reduce your job like anything. Height weight ratio, obsolete. Do a body composition analysis. The body composition analysis go to EHR and then it combine and then it compares the first, second, third reading, which is going to be very useful for a person. It's a very motivator for a person to lose weight. This is a stethoscope which magnifies the voice, your heart sound for 17 times. Everybody was getting deaf, either because of the age, because of the ambient sound, and the most important, mobile. So as you age, your hearing capacity is going to go down. So you can have that. And Dr. Parade will be here with the earphone, and the patient in the hospital, the stetho is on the chest, and he will be in a position to assess whether the patient is in what is the murmur or what is the congestive cardiac failure state. There is a BP apparatus without tube, without bulb. You can move around, you can use as a stress test, and the BP is get taken on the directly on your smartphone, and it gives like a your CGMS. It will be ambulatory BP apparatus. This is the CGMS, which gives like a 24 hours by 14 days blood glucose. It likes a detective in your body. आता दुपारी सगळं काय काय खायला घातलं, उपमा आणि भाकरी वगैरे, देर इज अ सडन सर्ज ऑफ शुगर. शेंगदाणे खाल्ले की अजून 200ची 350 होते शुगर. बट इट टेल्स यू व्हॉट fruit, your drug you should avoid, and what food you should not avoid. That is a good idea for you. Where is the X-ray machine? Where is the X-ray department? It is all gone. It is all in your mobile, and it is also there outside in the corridor. There is a stall. You please visit that stall, and you will get good amount of portable X-rays immediately within the minutes of taking it. Can you diagnose malignancy in a proper way? Yes. We had a wonderful paper today morning where the person described, and it will give AI. Okay, to diagnose a solid nodule, hamartoma, or some other thing, but malignancy. But can you diagnose diabetes from X-ray? Yes. This is the analysis of almost 156,000 X-rays, and they analyze the mediastinal fat disposition, and it gives you diagnosis of X-ray diabetes from the chest X-ray. These are the various AI tools which are going to help you to detect CA breast as earlier possible. So from that, let us enter into your eye. Eye is supposed to be the mirror of your body, and you can diagnose various stages of nephropathy, and these are the AI enhanced retinopathy, and these are the AI enhanced images. And when there is a this person, you will definitely have a urinary microalbumin of more than 400, because kidney and eye, they go in parallel. It can even detect heart failure. It can detect so many cardiac events. And this may look like an exaggeration to you, but there are 385 diseases which can be picked up by fundoscopy, including Alzheimer's. I am not talking in air. There are the references. You can go, you can see the articles, and you will be convinced what. So there are a lot of things in AI and super specialties like cardiology, nephrology, neurology. Early diagnosis of Alzheimer's disease is one of the very strong subject going on. There are many multimodular gadgets. There can be a ring, there can be a wristwatch. Google has come out with a strap now that costs around 10,000 rupees, but it is much better transmitter of your and analyzer of your health. This is a small putty-like thing. It doesn't require any jelly cable or machine. You get a 6-lead ECG. And outside all, we have got a patented product of Dr. Parade, that one of the first thing, and I'm really proud of it, that we have got an organization, we have got patent holders. The ECG can give you so much of idea about systemic diseases, like right from age and sex to hemoglobin to a prediction of a horrible condition called as a peripartum cardiomyopathy. Those who are in gynec, those who have seen the patient getting breathless on the fourth or fifth days, they know the seriousness of this situation. It can mammography diagnose ISD? Yes, it can possibly diagnose ISD because it checks the calcium score. This is called as a augmented reality or virtual reality. It is a boon for the patients who are recovering from neurological and different kind of stressful situations, occupational therapy, rehabilitation. These are the examples: simulators for vertigo, simulators for hypoglycemia, and forget the word plagia. Neurologists don't utter a word monoplegia, paraplegia, quadriplegia. You are going to have exoskeletons, and they are very good exoskeletons. Dr. Aslesha is from military background, and she has seen so many patients, so many young people, our soldiers, lying hemiplegic, paraplegic. They can play football with this kind of things. So let us go to computer vision. मेडिकल कॉलेजमध्ये जे लोक आहेत ते सकाळी पंच करतात, डोळे मारतात स्वतःला. Okay, that is the detection of your own body. But suppose if you have got a OPD where there are people who are likely to create problem, can you predict violence? There is an app called as the Pushpak AI. So what it tells you, high security related areas of our country, odd belongings. हातात काठी आहे, क्रिकेटची बॅट आहे, हॉकी खेळायला का तुमच्याशी तो गरबा खेळायला आलेला नाही, तुमची केबिनच फोडायला आलेला आहे. Okay, so not only that, you can identify the patients who are negative, anxiety, not satisfied, even argumentative, abusive and violent. आपल्या सगळ्यांच्या उपड्या भरपूर असतात. आपल्याकडे एक ग्रुप आहे पेशंटचा, काहीच फरक नाही म्हणतात सारखं. काही जरी झालं काहीच फरक नाही, एवढी मोठमोठी फाईल घेऊन आलेले असतात. ते KFN पेशंट पहिल्यांदा उचलायचं, त्याला KFN, तर ते KFN आणि फाईलवर वर लिहून ठेवायचं. KFN म्हणजे सगळ्यांना लक्षात आहे. यू कॅन आयडेंटिफाय, इट इज गोइंग टू बी बून फॉर द सायकॅट्रिस्ट. So facial recognition of emotions is helpful for violence prevention. The skin, you can pick up the things, but please remember as a clinician, as a doctor, 3 things: Stevens-Johnson syndrome, toxic epidural necrolysis, pyoderma gangrenosum. Just take a picture, go to Google Lens and identify the skin lesion. If it gives the slightest idea, don't keep the patient with you. Refer this patient. They are the time bombs loaded with a death certificate to be signed. So there are many things in surgery. Robotics is going to be there. There are something unusual things which I found when I searched the literature. It can do perioperative planning. It can do intraoperative navigation, and it can be used as a educational simulation and training. These are the different systems, and they got something unusual: automated tissue recognition, and they can give intraoperative decision support also when the anesthesia is either going up or not, or the duration of the surgery is going for a long duration. And this is a cost effective aspect of a meso-robotic surgery, good amount of reduction in the hospital time as well as the cost of the patient. Plastic and reconstruction surgery, we have got certain people in the country who can replace your all 4 arms, both the legs and arms. All the quad limb amputations, reconstructions are possible. I have seen it with my own eyes, and this is the plastic surgery called as a Vectra 3D. This is a model which tells you what type of things fits into your thing. Cyber knife or gamma knife, there is no knife, but it is a radiation. And what is the accuracy? 0.03 millimeter. You can treat any patient with this. For the medical research, there are many good things. We have got a separate topic on that. These are the 4 important things: size, space, consensus, illicit, and semantic scholar. And last one is a JENI, JENNI. It will help you for your research publication. So friends, I had told you so many things. What is the real advantage? It not only saves time, money, and efforts, but the torture, trouble of travel and anxious waiting time in the consulting room, telemedicine helps you. It handles with accuracy big volumes, but take it from me, it increases your serum levels of confidence, competence, concentration, and enthusiasm. And it makes you to acceptable. आता ज्युनियर मस्त जरी पोरगा, आता तो 8वीतला मुलगा होता. I was just talking to him. He has got something fantastic. So it makes you to acceptable to talk with people, and you really tells you that you are what you don't know. Accuracy, explainability, and robustness is the key word for it. And this was one of my editorial in JAPI, which Amit told you about responsible use of AI in the clinical medicine. You go to the website of on JAPI and just you will get all this article. There are 10 journals which are available, which you can ask your medical college to surprise. This is our website. You go to Doctors AI, you will find so many new things, so many different things. It is like a Coursera. If you have got 4 hours, we have got a material for 4 hours. If you have got 6 hours, we can do it. We will definitely help you. This is a very unique concept called as the medical literature doubling time. In 1955, it was 50 years. Now it is 73 days and less. So with the help of AI, you can do a lot of good literature search and literature production. And suppose you have got some thought, something to think, you prepare it, present it, we will publish it. How? We have got a journal called as the International Journal of AI in Medicine. Dr. Amit Kumar Dey is the executive editor of the journal, and we are not charging you any fees for publishing into that. So please do join us at the event, Doctors AI Global Summit 2026. And there is another event for all my physician friends, because API Solapur has been a very active thing for this is MapCon 2026. If you need any further help from my side, this is my email ID and this is the mobile number. Please be in touch with. Thank you for all your patience listening and appreciate all your efforts. Coincidentally, this is the black and white photograph of our batch. This black and white photograph has been converted into color. There is an app called as a Color AI. This is my family, Dr. R.D. Lele, everybody knows, Dr. Sortur, Dr. Sanpur, Dr. G.S. Kulkarni is still fit at the age of 94. So thank you very much. Thanks for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir, for that insightful talk. I request the chairpersons to please felicitate Dr. Kulkarni. Sir. I also request Dr. Vijay Kumar Arkal, sir, to please come to felicitate our chairpersons.
Thank you so much. Please note all these sessions are currently being broadcasted live on YouTube as well. Moving forward, innovation flourishes when medicine and engineering work together. Our next session brings together experts from both domains to discuss collaborative opportunities and future healthcare solutions. I invite the panel comprising of Dr. Sudhanshu Gaurhar, Dr. Advait Sahasrabhojani, Dr. Siddhesh Kumar, and Dr. Sachin Chowgule, please. Dr. Sudhanshu Gaurhar, Dr. Advait Sahasrabhojani, Dr. Siddhesh Kumar, and Dr. Sachin Chowgule, please. And Dr. Pranav Page. It is my privilege to call upon the moderator of this session, Dr. Gurunath Parale, sir, who is the Chief Organizing Secretary of this summit. Please welcome our distinguished panelists. Thank you.
Uh, just to repeat what Apte Madam has said, that all these sessions are being aired live on YouTube. Okay, so they will be available to you later, and the link will be shared later. So you can, those who are missing this workshop, or if you want to have access to these all lectures, which have been really very informative, you can access them on YouTube. Okay. Now this is a peculiar session that we are hosting. All the talks which you are hearing today is AI. AI for doctors. But this cannot be completed without collaboration with engineers. So in AI, you need two persons. One is a domain expert, that is we doctors. And the second is the developers. So without these persons, the data, Siddesh, please join it. खुर्ची अजून काय खुर्ची आहे I'll ask all these 5 engineers sitting there to introduce themselves first. Yes, start with Advait.
Hi, I'm Advait Sahasrabhojni. I have about 12 years of experience in AI. I'm currently leading the AI Center of Excellence at MIT ADT University in Pune. Prior to this, I worked at NASA in California for 6 years in the machine learning prototyping group. This is the second time I'm working on a healthcare project. Prior to this, I've worked on a lot of space and earth science applications. Yeah, look forward to talking.
Hello, I am Sudhanshu Gaurhar and I am from IIT Jodhpur and I am doing my research on biomedical signal processing through AI and my main research is on ECG, how we can extract some features, some scores from ECG signal. So I have around 6 to 7 years of experience in AI.
Hello, my name is Sachin Saugule. I work with a company called Design Tech Systems. We have been developing software for hospitals and physicians for almost 30 years and working with EMR data to be stored electronically. And now we see the time has come with doctors or hospitals who have stored this EMR data for so many years to enable AI to harness the results for predictive analysis in the future. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Pranav Page. I'm part of a founding team of a startup in the AI space where we are building co-pilots for manufacturing systems. Prior to this, I was also working in IoT, sensors, and other things. I graduated from IIT Bombay in 23, and I'm very honored to be on this panel.
Hello, myself Siddesh Thakkar. I am a graduate of IIT ISM Dhanbad in 2019. After that, I have worked in medical imaging, TNP cell lymphoma detection and Alzheimer using PET-CT and everything. After in 2021, we have started our own company with a mission to develop point-of-care medical imaging devices in India for screening purposes. So we currently in our portfolio, we have the handheld X-ray imaging device, which you can carry it in a bag and do the X-ray anywhere. Along with it, we have the AI software, which basically screens the patient for different diseases like tuberculosis, heart disease, valvular heart disease, silicosis, lung cancer, etc. In the pipeline, we will be developing point-of-care ultrasound imaging devices as well. Thank you.
Yes. Before we go to the session proper, an announcement to make is those who want to attend workshop but their names have been missing from the workshop list. Can you please go to the Vayu Hall so your hall can be assigned? Those who already have been halls assigned for their interactive workshop, you stay here. But those who don't have the halls assigned, please go to the Vayu Hall. Now, coming to this interaction with these engineers, the foremost, now most of us, all the doctors, they have been using routinely the ChatGPT, Gemini, Claude. Now, I want opinion from these expert panelists. What is so different? Why do you need specialized AI systems when you already have such a sophisticated large language models, even on your mobile? Why do you need these specialized systems? Yes, Advait.
There are a few things that generalized large models like ChatGPT and Gemini cannot do. So, for example, let's say you have 100 medical reports in front of you. ChatGPT, you can't just upload, 100 documents and expect it to do any kind of analysis or even extraction of text in a standardized manner. For that, you need to establish programmatic systems using customized AI solutions. Another concern is data privacy, because whenever you use ChatGPT or Gemini, your data is going out of your own ecosystem, and it's going to some third party. So as regulations get tightened more and more, I would guess that this will not be acceptable going into the future. So deploying a local solution is what's needed. And because most of us don't have the resources to deploy these large general purpose models, the specialized models can be deployed more easily.
So I have a take on this. So as you all are clinicians and you have not become doctor in 1 day or 1 month. So building an AI model in 1 month, which is equivalent to you, is not possible, not at all possible. And ChatGPT and these are large language models. They do not have the domain specific knowledge. So, and they are not computer vision based. So if you run, upload a chest X-ray or some different image there, they will give you some interpretation. And doctors with judgment ki this AI is not performing well. And it will not perform well because it is not trained on the specific data, the vision data, the X-ray data on that. They have just collected the open source, whatever was available, and they've trained these models onto it. So you can use these LLM for interacting to access the knowledge what is available in the internet for language-based, books-based knowledge. But vision-based, it is not there. You have to develop separate models for it. And it requires a lot of data, clinical history, lot of has to be developed. Then only we will be able to provide assistance which will help in real world practices.
Anyone else wants to opine?
Yeah, I think Siddhesh's point is very clear that since GPT, for example, is trained on the complete internet, not on a particular part of it, it might not give as much importance to clinical texts and behavior as such. Another aspect that I think Advait was also mentioning is the data privacy. And due to the DPDP Act that is coming into play, you might also have this problem where you can't directly send data to ChatGPT or Gemini in a production setting, because that involves taking patient consent for them to be allowing their data to be stored in a third party or a different region than India, for example. And that is somewhere where specialized AI applications which comply to these acts are going to be the way forward, is what I feel.
So now the second question is, now so many companies are working, so many engineers are working, and there is explosion. And maybe we'll have many thousands of healthcare models, which would be now developed by different companies. Now, what is the bottleneck you feel is the bottleneck for deployment in real life or clinical practice?
That's a good question, sir. Like I said, EMR is the most essential part of any hospital, any physician. And when we start looking at AI is not going to be productive unless you have enormous data related to that particular patient. Maybe not for orthopedics because the patient may come, heal his leg and go off, but for pediatricians, neurologists, urologists, cardiologists, there is a lot of data that we don't store in the system. Many a times I see culture reports, day 1, day 2 data is entered and then it's totally lost the patient is discharged and there is no concurrence of it. And next time in the next episode, that data is simply not available for AI to get some predictive analysis. So for me, any prediction or when you talk to any physicist, prediction is possible only when you have a lot of data. We usually talk that if I flip a coin, the probability is 50-50%. That's not prediction. But Einstein actually said in quantum that the prediction is possible if you have every parameter related to the coin, its weight, the pressure, the position on the finger, the air, the temperature of the air, viscosity of the air, etc. If you can measure all that, capture all that, and replicate it, you can make a prediction. So I think my earnest request is that if you have EMR, harness it digitally, and going forward, make sure that every parameter of the patient is digitized and recorded for AI. Thank you.
Yeah, to add a little bit to that, he's exactly right that I would encourage you to gather any kind of data that is being generated at your clinics or hospitals. Even data that might not seem immediately useful might have some application maybe a few years later. Any data that can be recorded should be recorded, and good data integrity practices need to be followed. There were many papers over the last few years that were released showing that the biggest factor in model performance was not your complexity, size of the model, architecture. It is quality of data. So high quality data trumps everything. So yeah, very good point. Would
Siddesh,
like
you have
to-
been developing some models, Siddesh. So now what is your practical experience, sir, for deploying them in real life?
So I will. So what happens is, we as a manufacturer, we have engineering background, we have specific mindset, and you as a clinician have different mindset. Okay, so we build something which we think is good, and you use thing which is valuable to us. So there is a gap there. We do not have day-to-day interaction with the clinicians. The clinicians do not have day-to-day interaction with the manufacturers. That is the first part. We do not create something which exactly is giving the value to the end user. Second is the adoption. So adoption may explainability AI. If we are talking about, there should be explainability. The proper regulatory pathways has to be covered. Everybody asks for where did you done the validation? What are approvals you have? They will ask for everything. So there are two type of feedbacks we receive in the medical industry. When you run a free pilot, you receive a different type of feedback. But when you sell it, when the customer is paying it, you receive a different type of feedback, because those feedbacks are entirely different. So it is a very challenging industry. You cannot just simply create something and start implementing or selling it. You have to make your product accept to the clinicians. They have to adopt it first. And if some value is created, they will use it. And it will be a success. That is it. And you try to engage with the clinicians as much as you possible. Try gathering the data, add more features to it. That is the incremental way we should follow. We manufacturing clinician has to follow. We have to work together to get this done.
Okay. Now, when you develop different models, because all of you are in the model development, what are the differences or the challenges when you develop a model which is on healthcare and a model which is something else, like financial model or something else? Now, Pranav is working on some models for automotives. So, what is the difference when do you develop a AI model for a healthcare setting and for the others?
First thing is the digitization of India. Data is not there in India. You won't get the end-to-end data. If I will get X-ray of a patient today, I won't be able to get his confirmatory report. That is the biggest challenge there. Second, I feel is कि जो patient and मतलब device, the data end-to-end monitoring data we are not getting. That is the only point I think is the gap there.
Yes.
Yeah, just to add on that, other domains like sir mentioned, I'm working in sensors and in manufacturing sector. The data is structured, somewhat structured. So we have values, and any reasonably technically efficient person can read that data and sort of come to a conclusion. In here, I believe that the domain itself is much difficult. So you need a lot of specialized information and years of practice to even gauge whether a particular reading is right or not. That is one probably the most important problem that I can see in healthcare.
Just to again add to what he said, we come from engineering backgrounds. For us, the base axioms are empirical. That means A square plus B square is always C square, and it will exist till the day we die. But I think in healthcare, that's one of the biggest challenges. And sometimes I really wonder how you have to keep abreast with, things changing. So yeah, we can do a lot of things in simulation and it works and we can just go out and roll it. But I think in healthcare, simulation, shadow runs, etc., are more important. And it still scares us before we go live.
Yeah, so following up on that, there is something called as model drift, which means if you train the model on a lot of data, but then the underlying situation changes, how does the model adapt, right? So there is always new science coming out new advances in medicine, biology. So if you train the model for, let's say, data over the last 30 years, and tomorrow the science changes, the state of the art changes, you can't expect that same model to be applicable in a new situation. So these factors, because there are medical advances happening so fast, but maybe financial, in a field like finance, these things happen a little bit slower. So that is a big challenge and that needs to be handled properly. And also, as they were saying, data quality, because finance for quite some time has been to a larger extent has been digitized already, while medical practices haven't kept up with that pace of digitization. So I think a very large push for digitization and maintaining data integrity should be made.
I would like to add something. So to data drift, for example, if you are working on ECG machines, then if your sampling frequency changes, then the model will not work. If your ADC resolution bit changes, then your model will not work. And in case of people working on computer vision, if the pixels or resolution of the image changed, then the model will not work. Or if you change any pixel manually, that is called an attack, then also your model will completely fail in that case. So we need to address data drift with some new techniques. So, and the one more problem is that the continual learning, once you deployed the model, their weights are fixed. Now, how you will train on a new data, that is another research direction people are working on. So that is called as continual learning. While you have deployed the model and now you want to train the model with new data. So that is another story.
One important thing I forgot to mention is the regulatory part. So in medtech, when there is a list of regulatory requirements there. So that is the different thing that we have to follow here. We have to done the proper regulatory approvals. You must have done, there is a graveyard of prototypes. We do R&D, we build prototypes, but they are not able to, we're not able to sell them in the market or make them commercialize. So regulatory is the main bottleneck that we face in the medtech industry. And after even deployment, we have to continuously monitor and continuously improve our AI models, because everything is changing day by day. Genetics is everything. A lot of changes are occurring inside our body. So we have to continuously monitor, validate, and improve our models or solutions.
Mr. Chaugale, you are into EMR for such a long time. Now with AI coming into play, how would you change your strategy for marketing your new EMRs?
Yeah, that's a big challenge that we are facing. Wherever there is structured data, we need to harvest that and cleanse it. Now, when I mean cleanse it, we need to organize it digitally, because data retrieval is one of the biggest challenges when you have a big database of thousands and maybe hundreds of thousands of patients. So many people or many hospitals say, no, we have data for the last 16 years, 17 years. But when we take a deep dive inside and you run a simple query, to get some history of the data, it takes more than 20 minutes at times. And that's no good for AI. So it is essential. And I don't blame anybody. I don't blame doctors. I don't blame even companies like me saying that, maybe we should have done that job, a better job. Maybe that was better that time. But going forward, I think it's very important to start designing your database. It's more technical. Start designing your database where data can be stored. All formats of data can be stored. But the most important thing I must highlight here is the data design has to be such where retrieval times are in milliseconds, microseconds. Otherwise, going online and online AI inputs will become very difficult. Thank you.
Now, what are the regulatory concerns in using AI in healthcare, and how can they be addressed? Anyone of who is already deploying the models?
So regulatory concerns are when we, as a starter, when we get started, we do not have any exposure on the regulatory part. How to get these products certified in India? Like in handheld X-ray machine, we have took around 1.5 to 2 years to get the product certified. We face lot of challenges because standards are not very clear. In India, BIS is there. They have listed something. ARB is there, they have listed something. They do not have communication with each other. And we face a lot of problem when we proceed with approval one step at a time. That is the main problem. The regulatory pathway, which device has to follow what regulatory pathway, it is not very clear in India. And the reason behind graveyard of prototype saying is this part only. We do not know how, there's a lot of documentation we have to do. We have to build around 1,500 documents, list of documents. We have to print everything and we have to follow everything. There is a lot of documentation is there, but no consultancy is there, no regulatory pathway is not there. And when we go for the consultancy, I don't know, there is not a transparency. There's a work of around 1 day and they will charge, I don't know, lot of amount they charge. That is there. And the validation part is also there. You have to do validation as what the regulatory body have asked. When you go for FDA CE, you have to get different validations. You have to partner with the company which is located in that particular country, European country or the US country. These type of challenges are there. And as an early stage startup who does not have revenue, they do not have this amount of money. So investment should also be there in parallel.
Yes, Advait.
Yeah, going off of that. So regulation has always kind of followed technology, right? So not just AI, but all throughout history, technology first comes in, it disrupts sometimes locally, sometimes globally, and the regulation follows a few years later. So we're seeing the same thing in India. I think it is very important for us to preemptively prepare for all of the regulations that are going to come up for sure. So you can kind of see this already happening in other countries, so especially Western Europe and the US, where they are starting to implement very strict laws for not just model interpretability, but also fairness, bias, right? Which becomes very important in things like in things like medicine. So, so of course, right now, if you want to make sure that you're not violating any regulations, probably the biggest thing to take care of is digital personal data. But also just I'm sure it'll be better if everybody prepared for all of the regulations that will undoubtedly come in the next couple of years.
Yeah, I think adding on to that, like in the US, like you mentioned, regulation is already ahead in some ways. And what we experienced as an early stage startup, the DPDP Act, that the revision that came out, it's not very clear on what is allowed and what is not allowed. What is not allowed is somewhat clear. What is allowed is also still of a gray zone right now. And that's where we also face some issues we won't know if this solution, it gets approved right now in the next 6 months. what is going to happen. There are some challenges that early stage startups like us face also. And as this is the major reason why a lot of our projects might end up into the graveyard of prototypes, like he mentioned. And one thing that would also help is support from the community in terms of compliance. Like it will help if you, if the medicine health as a community starts to follow general good practices about data collection. And we don't want that scenario to happen where 6 months down the line, the data that you have so meticulously collected can't be used in a development scenario at all.
As I understand, uh, in healthcare, AI in healthcare is slightly more complex from the different answers which you gave. So developing AI model in other fields is much, I feel, is easier, both while the data is there, you can acquire data. It is more in structured form, not in structured form in healthcare. And there are many more concerns when you deploy that model, because there will be hesitation, inertia on the part of the doctors. They will need much more explainability, as well as any error, the margin of error has to be very small. Any error will not be tolerated. So we have, for this, I think the solution is yes, we all doctors who have gathered here and many more, they have to collaborate with engineers, understand each other's concern, and then come out so that we can have at least India specific models. As you have heard, the models which have been developed in the West may not work in India. So we have to have a local data set, more in a structured form, maybe India specific, maybe region specific, maybe Solapur specific, that sort of thing. So we all have to, henceforth, we are not that much careful in data collection. So we have to, the basic, as you know, AI is data, data is the fuel. Okay, so data is very important. So we, from today, I think one has to take a initiative that we start collecting data, a structured data, and we have to have a good EMR so that we can have AI models on our own. And that is the message which I'd like to give. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the enlightening talk, sir. I would request Dr. Vijay Patil, sir, to please come on stage to felicitate our panelists. Can we have a big round of applause for the panelists for giving us insights from the world that we less see, which is the engineering world?
Please.
So with that, we come to an end of our joint session. Now we will be having a short high tea break of 15 minutes. Before everyone departs, I would like to make an important announcement regarding our most exciting component of today, which is the workshop sessions. So for the workshops, this venue will be divided into 8 separate halls. This present hall will be divided into Prithvi Hall A, B, C, and D, that is 4 parts. And there will be Chinese restaurant as well. And Vayu Hall on the ground floor. On the M floor, there will be Jal Hall and Akash Hall. I request all our delegates to check their registration number and see which hall has been allotted to them and proceed to the hall as per the registration number after the high tea. The format of each workshop will consist of 15 minutes of introductory talk followed by 45 minutes of hands-on practical session. The first workshop would be regarding using ChatGPT, Gemini, and Perplexity in healthcare, followed by the second workshop will be on using Notebook LLM. A tea break will be following at 5 p.m. for a short 10 minutes, which will be followed by third workshop on research paper writing. After the third workshop, again, we will be dispersing into our specialty focus sessions where we will be going to our respective specialty-based halls. We request all delegates to kindly proceed to their allotted workshop halls as soon as possible so that we can start on time. Once you are in the halls, please make sure that you connect to the Wi-Fi provided free of cost by the hotel for ensuring optimum speed of uploading. The password for the Wi-Fi would be from 1 to 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I will be repeating it again.
Those who want to participate in yoga session, tomorrow is International Yoga Day. An arrangement has been made for with the trainer. There will be yoga session tomorrow poolside in Balaji Sarovar Hospital, Sarovar Hotel. First 50 interested persons can contact Sun Stall in the lobby. So please register yourself in Sun Stall lobby if you want to participate in yoga session tomorrow at 6:30 a.m. poolside.
I request all the delegates to please vacate the hall because the hall will be divided into 4 sections and the entry will be as per their registration numbers. All the delegates to please vacate the hall and proceed for the high tea. I again repeat the Wi-Fi password. It is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. From 1 to 8, it is a common password for all the Wi-Fis. There are separate Wi-Fis. Whichever hall you are allotted to, you can connect the Wi-Fi to that hall. There is hall Prithvi Hall A, B, C, and D in this hall. So whichever hall you are allotted to, you can connect to that Wi-Fi. Password of all Wi-Fis is 1 to 8.
और है क्या? हाँ, और है, और कितने कहाँ पे?
Check, one, check, hello, check, check. Hey, check, one, check, hello, check, hey. check. Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello.
Hello. Hello. चालू आहे काम.
Hello, check. Check, check. Hello, check. Hello.
हाँ.
Check one, check. Hey.
तिकडे घेऊन जायचं होतं दुसऱ्या चालू केलं त्याला थोडं काढलं तर पूर्ण
Hello, check. Hello, hello, check. Hello, check.
Hello. So we are shortly beginning with the workshops, and I request everyone who's standing in the lobby, everyone in the lobby are requested to go to their respective halls. We are beginning with the workshops. So Prithvi A is being divided. Prithvi is being divided into 4 halls: A, B, C, and D. So there's a big partition in between which is dividing A, B, and C and D. So everyone in the lobby is requested to please, everyone is requested to please go inside the halls, inside your respective halls. A. 2 minutes. Everyone can also connect to their Wi-Fi's. In Prithvi Hall A, the first 2 tables have to connect to Hall A Wi-Fi and the next 2 tables to Hall A1.
अच्छा, तो I have to connect it with Bluetooth. इसमें लगाऊं? हेलो, हाँ, हाँ, थोड़ा आगे, क्या कह रहे हैं? थोड़ा आगे होके बोलो. ये हाँ आ रहा. हेलो. अरे हाँ, फॉर इंट्रोडक्शन. हाँ, कोई QR कोड कर सकते हैं. वो आएगा तो वो अभी इसको ऑन करेंगे ना स्क्रीन पर.
ये पिन लगाने का है।
अच्छा ये पिन लगाने का है क्या? अरे मैंने ये पिन लगा
नहीं नहीं, हाँ हो जाए, आएगा।
ये आइला था। हाँ वो यहाँ से हाँ कर दिया ना मैंने कनेक्ट, ये वाला करना। ये है बैटरी, जनरल एक्सेसिबिलिटी, अपीयरेंस, नेक्स्ट है सर। हाँ हाँ दिखाते हो। मैं अरे कहाँ गया? कौन सा करना था? 5G करना? 5G ये तो नॉर्मल तो चल नहीं रहा मेरा।
5G इस पे 5G एनेबल है, उस पर 5G आ रहा है।
ये
हाँ
इसमें आपने चला के देखा चल रहा है?
चालू चालू मेरा ओपन है।
अब देखो यू आर नॉट कनेक्टेड आ रहा है इसमें, तो आ गया।
डुप्लीकेट करना पड़ेगा।
ये तो सीधा चला जाएगा ना उसमें। इसको डुप्लीकेट
हेलो 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 गुड आफ्टरनून please wear your earphones so you can get the exact idea what we are talking. Before going for the concentration, let's bring our concentration with the box breathing. आपको ये पहनना पड़ेगा सर. So let's having a one box breathing. So at least we having a good concentration for next 3 hours, right? Hello, you have to मैडम को किसी को देना पड़ेगा वहां पर. So you have to ask, excuse me, they require the earphones. So let's having a deep breath. When I say breathe in, we have to breathe, hold and breathe out. Let's start. Let's start.
ये
Breathe
रिवर्स कैसे
in,
होगा यार? ये रिवर्स कैसे होगा ये? हाँ?
hold,
नहीं मेरा है लैपटॉप तो यार।
breathe out.
नहीं नहीं ये कहाँ
Again, breathe in,
कहाँ गया?
hold,
दोबारा करेंगे?
breathe out. Relax. Again, breathe in, count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
ये रिवर्स करना।
Relax.
कहाँ से नहीं
Now,
अच्छा, मतलब
I think we all are in the concentrator.
ये इधर
So,
लाओ ना।
it's time
नहीं नहीं
to
ये अदर वे राउंड करना है ना।
analyze the our thing. One QR code is coming. Everybody is requested to scan this QR
ये
code
वाला उधर करना
to
है ना।
join the our WhatsApp group. So few
नहीं
related material
ये क्या
and
इससे
the
करना
few things that is what prompting what we are
send
going
कर
to
दूंगा।
give, we will directly put to the in WhatsApp. So you have to also enable your WhatsApp in your laptop also. So you can directly copy paste that thing. Coming, all everything has digital has some glitches always will be there. So we have to remain relaxed. That is the our aim.
ये सर चेंज कैसे हुआ है? इसको चेंज करो ना, ये वाला उस तरफ ये मेरे को
ये अलग पेज है।
नहीं नहीं
ये
नहीं
दोनों अलग
समझा
पेज
नहीं,
है।
आप देखो
जी
वो वाला व्यू मेरे उसमें आना चाहिए ना,
ये वाला
वहां जाना चाहिए।
फुल स्क्रीन पे तो वही फुल स्क्रीन नहीं हो रहा है यहाँ से। एक मिनट
मिरर नहीं। So let's begin the our talk. How many are regularly utilizing the artificial intelligence? How many of you just raise your hand? How many of you are regularly using the AI? So yeah, Wi-Fi you have to go for the 5G, then it will work. What? Wi-Fi you just get because this is the last bench. You have to just go for the A1 5G. Just a minute. Just reconnect it because at presently working very well in the mind. So we will wait till that thing, till that we can have a few theoretical part to understand what we are going to learn. Till that thing, everything can be settled down, right? Till that you will get the 5G also. You just get they are trying to getting you because a few people come early to you. They get that thing. You have to wait for few minutes then. But we can't wait more because otherwise we will miss that timing and we will not able to start it. So just concentrate. हुआ?
ये अदर वे राउंड
आ गया।
इसको चेंज करना है।
हाँ,
तो इधर चाहिए ना।
फिर जाने दो।
ये क्या करना है? स्विच करना है। हाँ स्विच कहाँ से होगा? यहाँ से ये से होगा। नहीं नहीं नीचे इन विंडो करो ना। आया वो। आता है इसमें नहीं।
So let's introduce ourselves. Myself, Dr. Samir Shah, being a pediatrician and adolescent specialist. My special interest definitely in the pediatrics, but also I am the one of the AI enthusiast, and we already running one ICP in Indian College of Pediatrics AI course, and we are try to promote the artificial intelligence in digitalized world in medical practice on regular basis. Along with me, Dr. Akshay is there. Akshay, you can introduce yourself.
Post-lunch session, difficult for the speaker and even tougher for the audience. Anyways, very good afternoon, gentlemen and the ladies of the house. I am Dr. Akshay and I'm a cardiothoracic surgeon. I head the Department of Cardiothoracic Surgery and Jaipur National University Medical College in Jaipur. And for the disclosures, I'm not an AI expert, nor am I totally unaware of and ignorant of AI. I'm somewhere in a continuous journey from being ignorant to AI. Lab, and each and every table is a small experiment table. So you need to experiment yourself, you need to do it yourself, you need to get the results yourself and appreciate yourself. You have to be wow for yourself. There's nobody's validating, nobody's acknowledging. So you have to take care of yourself, you have to do it yourself. Between slides, we will give a time for everybody to put in the prompts, see the results. We are not in a hurry. I've been a part of a couple of workshops on the other side. What I noticed on all the workshops, that the mentor was too quick. And actually, the audience didn't find time to do things by themselves. And by the time they go back home, they are not patient enough to do things. Most of the things here you will be already be knowing, and the only thing is you don't have patience and time to do that in your clinic or at your home. So try to appreciate your results. You have to take care of your results yourself. I'll be giving small cues, some directions, but you have to do it yourself. So this is how we evolved. This evolution of the medical knowledge retrieval. We started with the books. We started with the Bible, Harrison. Simple question, yaar Harrison mein kya likha hai, ye batao. We started with Harrison. Then came the PubMed. In later part of my residency in early 2000s, we started having access to the PubMed. But not much of data could be retrieved because many of the journals were not on PubMed, and also the data was very expensive. Then we started Googling things. Then ChatGPT came, and now it is the age of AI agents. Everybody amongst us, all of us have seen the transition of the doctors using Google as Google, and now they are using ChatGPT as Google. So the difference we will have after this session, after this interaction with each other, is that I hope we will stop using ChatGPT as a Google, and we'll start using it as something for medical communication and as a clinical assistant. So 2 exercises today, one medical communication and other is this clinical decision support, rather clinical assistant. So before we start with the AI, this is the most important slide. What to ask? क्या पूछना है? We should be clear what is our motive. हमको क्या पूछना है उससे? How to ask? कैसे पूछना है? This is what we call prompt engineering. Properly asking the AI to get a proper result. And whom to ask? Which AI model to ask? So what, how, and whom? क्या पूछना है, किससे पूछना है और कैसे पूछना है? We have to stick to these three things. If we ask the questions properly, we'll get the answers properly. So it is how you ask the question is now becoming more important than knowing the right answer. So next is prompt engineering. What is prompt engineering? It is a skill of crafting inputs. It's a skill and it's a craft. My prompt can be different from yours. We might get a equivalent results, but it's a skill. Better the craft, better the skill, better is the output. So how should we engineer our prompts? Smarter, learn smarter to be smart. Specify the role. Who are you? Like me, I'm here, I'm the presenter. So understand the role. Give the AI model a role. Then mention the contest. What needs to be done? Ask a clear task. Request the format. You want it in PDF, you want it in MS Word, you want it in bulleted format. Tell the audience, whom is this talk or whom is this prompt directed towards? Establish the boundaries. You have to establish the boundaries. Like in our cases, in the clinical cases, the guidelines, the latest guidelines, like I'm in endocardiac science, then American College of Cardiology or ESC guidelines. And the most important step and the step that needs most patience, and it's the step where we lose patience, is we have to refine iteratively. Iterate, iterate, iterate. The more you iterate, the better the prompt becomes, the better the response becomes. Now there are so many models. Like there are so many players. Can anybody tell who is the best? Can we tell who is the best? Virat is a good opener, a good finisher. But Dhoni keeps the wickets. Nobody keeps better wickets than Dhoni. And what about Hardik? He's an all-rounder. He can bat well, he can bowl well. So all the three have their separate roles and all the three roles are important. So no one model is better than the other model. We will stick to ChatGPT and sir will stick to LLM because involving too much will, it is more of information overload rather than it won't serve a benefit. So different players have different roles. The ChatGPT is a good clinical co-pilot. This is a very important slide. If you want to discuss a case, clinical case, then ChatGPT. Differential diagnosis, if you want to generate, then again it's ChatGPT. Treatment planning, ChatGPT. If you want to do research literature, evidence-based medicine, then Perplexity is the best. And now Claude is also coming up for the same purpose. Gemini is good for working across a text, images, and PDF videos. So when we want citation transparency, when we are writing articles, publishing articles, for the citation purpose, the best is Perplexity. For latest medical information, then again Perplexity is the best.